A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cheltenham Tigers RFC and the start of 2 days of Ace Finals action. And the first two teams of the morning treading out onto the beautiful artificial pitch here in the Cotswolds for Oaklands College in picture. They've been here since early this morning. The coach drawing up just before 10 a.m. and this is how they line up today. Fullback Josh Shepherd, Charlie Fry and Renico Bailey on the wings. Jamie Wood and Charlie Anstis in the centres. And for Oakland's Kai Phillips, James Hayes, Oakley Taylor, they'll be their back three. Matthew Finch, William Brighton in the centres. Sonny Rogers and Max Robson-Smith, the half-back combination. George Ivory, Elliot Shreves and Jacob Davis in the back row. Harvey Furnival, Frederick Scarlett in the second row. Tane Richards-Farr, Jacob Griffin and Dylan English are in the front row. And on the bench, Leo Hewitt, George Fadoju, Paddy Ackhurst, Elliot Clarkson, Thaddeus Hannett, Clune, Jack Suddick and Oliver Tanner. So Oakland's opposition today: SGS College. They've already faced each other a couple of times this season. SGS with the upper hand on those occasions. And here's how they line up: Josh Shepherd, Charlie Fry and Renico Bailey. Jamie Wood and Charlie Anstis, as mentioned before, but in the colours of SGS today, not Oakland's. Zach Tomlin, Will Cook, the halfbacks Ollie Stratton, Sonny Davis and Jashim Hulla in the back row. Callum Yeoman, Bryce Gapper, Harry O'Donnell, Arthur Davis and Jack Parkinson round out the starting 15 for SGS. South Gloucestershire and Stroud College will get us underway. They're playing in the white and kicking deep. A little stutter under the artificial surface here on a glorious morning in the Cotswolds. A very warm welcome wherever you're watching on from, and it's just a shame you can't be with us here in person for this finals day and this first match up to decide 13th place amongst the Ace Colleges ranking for the season. A league which started in September and the 9th match of the season in this competition for all teams concerned. And for Oaklands College in the dark blue and black jerseys, well, they haven't won a match yet this season. It has been a real tough one for Oaklands from Hertfordshire, and against SGS College, who have won 2 matches, lost 6. That is why the two teams are competing at the bottom end of the ranking scale to decide who will finish in 13th place. Certainly the SGS College, the favourites on paper coming into today, and they are off and running again with Sonny Davis, the open side flanker, and Zach Tomlin goes through the hands, the fly half, 5 metres away. Will Cook just waits for his forwards to have a go. A lot of organisation on display already from SGS. Much the local team here, and they're going to have a opening try. Will they? No. Just knocked on when going for the line, so Oaklands clear their lines, and it's going to be tidied up by Jamie Wood. Outside centre paired with Anstis, and they are back on their own 40-metre line, having just been under the posts moments earlier. So there goes Cook, lovely along the line to Charlie Fry, and he gets away from the first. Fry races down the right-hand touchline for a first score for SGS. Pace and power on the wing, and some nice hands to get the ball to him. Lovely first try for SGS to pick up here. A couple of defenders beaten, and a comfortable finish from the right wing. And a first shot on goal for Zach Tomlin. Zach Tomlin just pulls that first attempt on goal to the left, but it's 5 points to 0 to SGS. And this was how this first try came about. Flat to the line was the pass, and 3 would-be defenders beaten on the outside. George Ivory now for Oaklands. Good charge from the number 8. This is Phillips. Now this is good hands along the line from Oaklands, and the straighten comes, and that's nicely done too. And it's SGS now having to go to work in defence. Hands from the hooker, Jacob Griffin, for Oaklands, and they're tied up in midfield, but it's going to come back in to Furnival's hands. Just about Phillips keeps it, and there's a jink from the fullback. Robson Smith at scrum half. Tane Richards Farr, the tight head prop with a good carry. SGS coming through, but the penalty given. So it's a nice reply from Oaklands after going a try down. Nudge to the corner, makes safe. Oakland's season started very, very slowly in September. A couple of losses with no points scored to the likes of City of Oxford and then Brooksby Melton. 50 points and then 40 points against them in those first 2 games. And slowly but surely they've been getting better across the season. Yet to get a first win in this competition. So up against SGS here for the first time, and the peel off is good. Taken by Scarrett. Now they go back to the left again with Richards Farr. off the floor. Nice dummy from Dylan English. Both props in action early on for Oaklands. A little step on the inside from the scrum half, Robson Smith. And Oaklands have their first try. And the reply is immediate. And the cheer from the far side in the substitutes bench is as loud as can be for 7 or 8 teammates to make. And that sound travelling across the pitch to us up here in the gantry even. We are out on the plains here, just below the Cotswolds Hills. But the support for this try from Robson Smith, very loud indeed. Lively play from the scrum half. Well, no dice from the tee for either kicker, so the scores stay 5 points apiece, and very important for Oaklands to stay in touch with SGS. And they've done just that here. Penalty was given, and then Robson Smith was off and running. So play gets back underway. Kick off again deep into the 22, and that gives time for Oaklands to get some momentum through the forwards. And the penalty comes off the back of it. Nudge downfield has put Oaklands in good territory again. Good line out. Disrupted, however, by SGS, and that's lovely hands out of contact. SGS on the charge. Now the ball might get worked along the line here, and Renico Bailey is waiting. He'll pick it up here, the first try scorer. We had him down as Charlie Fry on our list, so apologies for that if you're watching on and thinking that was Renico Bailey. Absolutely. Our numbers the wrong way round, so Bailey with that first try. Now here go SGS again. Lovely dart from their fly half, Zach Tomlin. Here comes the hooker, Arthur Davis. And the hands amongst the forwards, intertwined with the backs from SGS, are most impressive. Oaklands needing to control the ball and deny free possession to the white shirts, because that's what they can do. Oaklands with the free kick, and again goes Robson Smith, one of their sharpest attacking talents in the early stages. The Oakland scrum half. Offering himself for work again is Scarlett. Now the number 8, Ivory. Lining up nicely on the outside. If the ball can be worked to the wing here. There's a 3-on-1 opportunity for Oaklands, and it's Phillips who goes through, gets the offload back inside. Finch in support. SGS can't pilfer the ball on the floor, so it comes back along the line, and the forwards working with the backs nicely between second rows, front rows involved. English in the end taking the ball into contact, and now Richards far. On halfway are Oaklands. All level after a try apiece. 2 good tries as well, well worked from both the try scorer Bailey and Robson-Smith, who has his hands on the ball. Switching play. Back behind the line is Sonny Rogers. Offside called by the referee. Rogers. Gets a good 15 or so metres out of his kick. And Oaklands will prepare. We've seen both teams use the full width of the pitch so far, both making sure that they stretch their opponents as much as possible on a horizontal level. Some good incision as well through the middle. Both teams strike runners having got their hands on the ball. Oaklands releasing another, and Scarlett goes away. Robson-Smith sees more space, gets through the first tackle. He's going to be in for a second. The scampering scrum half dots down. Oaklands hit the front for the first time. Now, this man, Max Robson-Smith, is a handful. First carry from Scarlett was good, and although the offload didn't find a clean pair of hands, it caused enough chaos. And look at the way Robson-Smith goes through the number 8. Rogers to make it all 7. Sonny Rogers puts a solid boot through the ball, and Oaklands have the lead 12 points to 5. In search of a first win in the competition as they aim to secure 13th position in the rankings. Scarlett again is proving difficult to hold onto from an SGS perspective. Another kick-off, and this time it's the lock forward who gets it again. Taking well to this early morning kick-off. A relatively early morning kick-off. They do come early in this, of course, don't they? Oakland's knocking on. First 2 months of this competition conducted in one of the balmiest autumns that we've seen in recent years. All of a sudden December comes round and it's the business end and winter rugby. Very much the form of today, despite the sunshine. It's cold out there, and the ball is dropped by Will Cook. Oakland's cheering. Really positive beginning this from the Hertfordshire College. Both these schools with a fine track record of producing rugby players for the elite levels of the game, which of course is part of the aim. The ACE colleges and their affiliations with Premiership clubs, but through Saracens' connection with Oaklands, Nick Tompkins has gone to the school, has come through, has gone on to become an international. Joel and John Kapoku as well. Carl Garside, Francis Moore, Jevon Warren as well. Names which have worn the Oakland shirt in previous years. SGS have got their penalty for themselves here, and they're into the 22 and running off towards the line. It was Huller, the blind side. Cook, Tomlin, orchestrating things, now switching play. And lock forwards, and Yeoman was keen to pass that on to a better placed teammates. Looped over the top, bit of space here perhaps, and Huller is looking for support, but ball in the hands of Oaklands. They have this great ability to frustrate SGS at the moment. And the exit is decent. May be able to get a very good feel for where we are in the world. It is a wonderful place for a touch of rugby, and SGS have, of course, not had to travel all that far compared with the Hertfordshire-based Oaklands. Just a couple of miles away from Cheltenham Racecourse. Now, they know a thing or two about flying thoroughbreds. I've seen a few flyers in action today already. SGS would probably like to get the ball in the hands of their wingers a touch more, maybe now with possession off the back of the lineouts. Instead it's Davis, the open side. Tomlin looks to go himself, the fly half. Defence is good. James Woods now on to Shepherd, and now it's going to be Renico Bailey again down that right wing. All manner of threats that he presents. Oaklands will have the ball back here. Knock on, presumably just in contact from Bailey. Max Robson-Smith taking his time. On their own 5-metre line, SGS with a much stronger scrum. Tomlin, little short pass to his inside centre. Anstis still on his feet. Anstis looking, reaches and scores. And SGS, courtesy of their barrel of an inside centre, have got themselves a second score. Charlie Anstis, all the power in the Cotswolds used to score that one. Lovely line initially, and then great awareness of where the would-be tacklers were coming from. 2 have already been dispensed with. 2 more chalked off, and then the power to place. Conversion is good. We are all square 20 minutes into this 13th place playoff. The first of 7 matches over 2 days here at Cheltenham Tigers. And we'll reaching up to the final. But the quality already that we're seeing from 2 schools who have had very difficult seasons, or 2 colleges, excuse me, have had very difficult seasons. But they are playing out in the sun this morning, some fine rugby. even taking into account a restart such as that. Just not quite enough on it. SGS's victories this season came at home and on the road. They've beaten Truro and Penwith away, 36 points to 31. That was their first victory in the second round. Then beat Gordon's at home, 39 points to 0. There's their 2 victories so far, so looking for a third, and it would mean the 13th place if they can get it. Good hands-on from Shepard. Sonny Davis. Tomlin, good line again. The hooker, Arthur Davis into the line, gets it along. Wood drops it. Oaklands wanting to play quickly with Charlie Fry. Robson Smith looks to his heavies. And that, once again, means looking to Frederick Scarlett. Oh, it's just come right out of the chest, and this will be another chance for Anstis. Tomlin. Huller. Stratton. Can he get the hands free? The big number 8, he'll jump over a defender who he'd run over to make those yards. And there's space here. Anstis will play provider, but just out of the reach of his target man. Josh Shepherd shaking his head. Talks about some of the alumni who have come out of Oaklands, but let's not forget the fact that SGS have had Talupe Falatau come through their ranks. Stephen Jones as well, a former Wales Sevens star. They have been short of success from, or at least of the likes they enjoyed at the start of the season, SGS. Those 2 victories both came earlier on. Haven't had a win since the 5th of October now. And one of the schools they beat, Gordon's, beat them in the reverse fixture. And the last match 2 weeks ago was a 2-point loss as well against Truro and Penwith. So hasn't been the ideal build-up towards the end of the season. Now here goes Robson Smith. He'll be hauled back, but it's exciting every time he wants to go off on a run. As you would expect for 2 ace colleges, fantastic facilities available for both these teams across the course of the season, and the brain power which they can tap into at their Premiership affiliate clubs. SGS, of course, affiliated to Bristol, and Oaklands to Saracens. And for SGS, there's been some illustrious internationals who've been stopping by recently. South Africa, the Springboks were in town for 3 days ahead of their match against Bristol. The use of the facilities and meeting and greeting the players, and Even simple pleasures such as player spotting is all part of it when these famous players come into town. Oaklands struggling off their own line out to get safe ball, so 5 metres out they'll have to replan. Robson-Smith up into the sky. Slight miscommunication, but Fry has come away with it. Jack Parkinson. Zach Tomlin goes deep this time to Anstis. Along the line, lovely to Shepherd, who'll flip it out the back to Bailey, who reaches and has potentially squeezed in at the corner. A second score. Renico Bailey. Oh, that was fantastic. This time the deep play and the delay on Charlie Anstis's ball. Flat line cut by Shepherd. That's what made the try. And Bailey, with a good 3/4 of his body out of play, placing the ball nonetheless. Conversion after from wide on the right is excellently done by Zach Tomlin. So Bailey with his second score, and SGS back in front, and this perhaps the most well structured of the tries we've seen so far today. Oaklands straight back to it. Tomlin doesn't find his man. It might work instead for Oaklands and William Brighton. Instead it's his opposite man, Anstis, who tidies up. Carry there was from Callum Yeoman. Drop ball. Well, that's nice from Parkinson, isn't it? Aggressive from the loose head. And there's space here again with great numbers over here for SGS if they can make these wide angles work. Now Bailey is off and running and he's got the fullback to beat. And Renico Bailey has a first half hat-trick of some class. SGS flying in the early fixture in Cheltenham. Well, how about this? This flying number 14, Renico Bailey. He's the brother of Diego Bailey, of course, who's starting to make great strides in the Premiership with Bristol. And his younger brother is looking, I'm sure, to follow in those footsteps. But right now he's looking to add to a personal haul of 15 points. Tomlin again, so good from the tee, confidence flowing through the Stroud and South Gloucestershire side. Doesn't matter how far behind the gain line they started this move, they had worked the edge well, and Kai Phillips was struggling to handle the physicality of Bailey at full flight. Oaklands are being hit on the counter-attack effectively. And their 2 tries have come from controlling possession and marching their way up the field. They haven't been able to go from distance in the same way that SGS have. So control of the ball is something they need to apply if they can. It's not easy when a team like SGS, with some of the back row and second row bruisers which they're able to unleash, are trying to knock you down. And it will be another scrum on halfway. Nice position this for SGS to consider their options. Lovely platform for Will Cook to work from. He gets the ball from his number 8. Little chip in behind, but watching that nicely was James Hayes. It's going to land in Bailey's hands, and he'll be looking for a 4th. It's on to Wood instead. And Jamie Wood benefits from following in the vapour trail of Renico Bailey. It was really well read by Oaklands in defence. James Hayes realised that the kick was coming. He dropped back early, but he couldn't cover the grounds. And Bailey turns provider. Tomlin has hit 2 from 2 from these types of positions over the last couple of minutes. Keeps it low, just slightly pulls it. So 31 points to 12. SGS now completely in charge. Such a clever kick, isn't it? I just wonder whether Dave Allred, the kicking guru who helped Johnny Wilkinson for so many years, has been able to get his hands on some of these young SGS players, because of course he's Bristol's kicking coach, and if he has done, then it might go some way to explaining some of the range of kicks and some of the ability of Zach Tomlin, as well as halfback Will Cook. Touch eventually found. SGS turning the screw here, looking for more points before half-time. 35 minutes a half, so we're in the last 90 seconds of our first match here today. 2 more after this. And if anyone is tuning in a little early and waiting for Bishop's Burton against Gordon School, that is coming on next. We'll kick off around about 1:30. Do stay with us for this first match, even if you're tuning in for other games to come, because the quality is very, very high, and SGS have been behind most of that, and now the forwards want to have their turn. And yet the backs will come in as well. It's a 13-man shunt now, and SGS over again. The try is scored at the back of it, and throwing the ball up in the air is Arthur Davis. Thank goodness me, they've hit their stride now. Good body positions, and Oakland's not with the numbers. Nothing they could do. Beautiful shot this is from our cameraman Sean up in the balcony, looking down on Zach Tomlin. And Tomlin is just going to pull it again away to the left, but it doesn't matter too much. Well, Oaklands, in the second part of this first half, have been taken to task. And they've had precious little ball. So they go deep and try and gain field position, but often running again are SGS. And it's that inside centre, Charlie Anstis, who's causing the havoc. Eventually brought down on Oakland's 10-metre line. Tomlin, numbers coming again. Here's the try scorer, the latest try scorer. Stratton wants to be another one. And he's into the 22. Bailey's outstretched arm won't find the ball. And that is half-time. It has been a white wave towards the end of this first period. SGS in complete control. 36 points to 12, and good value as well for it. So half-time here in Cheltenham as the sun dips behind a cloud and the temperatures of the day can start to bite now. But we'll have a second period to warm us all up coming up very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. The second half about to begin. Oaklands will kick us back off. Hoisting this one high, Sonny Rogers. After a very difficult 20 minutes or so at the back end of that first half, in which SGS started to run away with this match and play with real confidence and running it from their 22, but the pressure being put on, and that's a good beginning from Oaklands College. It's the type of territory from which their scrum half Max Robson-Smith might fancy a dart down the blind side. Well, thank you for joining us in the second half, wherever you are watching on from. We know you're out there, and we know you're tuning in for this particular match, most probably, and looking on to support someone you know, a relative, a friend. You'll be very, very happy with SGS's performances so far. And look at that from the scrum. They've turned this one around and they'll look to play. Playing at scrum half was Huller. Changes being rung from SGS, but the outcome similar so far. Sonny Davis, the open side on the charge. Carry from Callum Yeoman. And have the penalty. Zach Tomlin with 3 successful conversions in that first period. He is staying on the pitch at number 10, whereas his halfback partner Will Cook has been changed with Callum Goodman. Rising high is Huller again. Retake of the ball from Ollie Stratton, and then Ollie Monk fresh on the field in the 20 jersey. Tomlin, and this time it's Liam McGrath. Knock on in contact. One of the closest scorelines that Oaklands have had this season was in one of their most recent games against Myerscough College. Loss of 38 points to 20, but they were in the fight. And the scoreline as it is there for them to make this match their best performance of the season. Now they peel off and go blind. Good evasion from Ollie Stratton, or excuse me, from George Ivory. Ivory, the number 8 for Oaklands. Good line from Kai Phillips. Powers into contact. And that's nice hands spread along by Scarlett. So much for these players to be playing for when you're part of an ace college. There is, of course, the Under-18 Premiership Academy League, which continues from round 3 in January. So anyone performing particularly well in the colours of their ace college is in with a very good chance of being involved in those sorts of selections. And the Under-18 league is so competitive. It's such a high-quality league to watch. Really mirrors the way each Premiership team plays, just with even more zaniness and improbable tries launched from any position on the field. Tomlin Good line from Bailey, this time used as the first strike runner. Tomlin on his opposite number, gets past him. Switch of direction. Over to Yeoman. Onto his back row colleague, Huller. Into the 22 goes Huller. He'll look to stride away on Phillips, and he reaches, rolls, and gets the ball down. Unless he doesn't. Held up. Scramble defence, superb. Well, Huller was in for all money there, and but for the most desperate of defence, Kai Phillips hauling down the rampaging back rower, and then his teammates getting under the ball. And in doing so, Joachim Huller has hurt himself. So the medics are on and treating the blind side whilst both teams just take 5. Lovely move here, and the hands on from Callum Yeoman. I said it was to his back row partner. Well, Yeoman's playing like a back rower from the second row. Kai Phillips, that is an outstanding piece of defence from the fullback. I mean, the kilos differential here must be enormous. Phillips races across, hauls him down. He does enough to get something under the ball. Huller lying down and taking it easy, I think, rather than, we hope, anything more troublesome. Lying on his back and putting his left knee in the air whilst his right leg stays straight, so he's going to be helped up here by his doctors, and we very much hope that Joachim Huller is okay, and we send our best wishes for him. Hopefully a sideline recovery of sorts. Performed very well. Goal line dropout, the upshot. Bailey receives the ball, powers into contact. Lewis Cole is on in the 17 jersey, or excuse me, actually, yeah, absolutely right, he is. This has gone forward. Taken by Hannett Kloon. Oaklands playing themselves out of their 22 with Brighton. And certainly no fear from either team, and it's as you would expect from an ace college with all the ability to work on their patterns and what to do in which area of the pitch, and the focus on player developments, and building towards pathway programs for some of these players with Premiership clubs. SGS looking to add more points in this playoff place, for 13th in the Ace Colleges League. Tomlin, again it's Yeoman. Dancing on the inside was Davis. Goodman, Tomlin, Lewis Cole. It's good defence, isn't it, from Oaklands' replacement Leo Hewitt. And that red scrum hat really putting his body on the line. Tomlin for touch, and SGS will go from here. Arthur Davis was a try scorer from a similar position and a rolling maul that was set up in the first half. So many changes at half-time by SGS. How are the patterns with a new personnel? It's a run off the back of the line out, which brings them to within a metre, and then they'll drive for the line here, looking for the first points in the second half. Oaklands doing their best to hold them up, and then they're going to break away. Lovely out of the ball, out of contact, and they'll knock the ball on. SGS with an advantage. Nice use of advantage from our referee, Daniel Evans. He has to call a halt to the action there. He must have a word with SGS and Oakland's players.
The player's gone beyond the horizontal, okay? The mitigation is that it is a dynamic tackle with a second tackle there, which is a little thick in the other leg off the ground. He needs to be more careful.
So yellow card to Therese Hannant-Kloon for that tackle. And from what it looked like, lifting the player beyond the horizontal. And Daniel Evans quite clear and wasting little time. Oakland's down to 14, and that player has come out of their pack, so advantage SGS from 5 metres out. Free kick to Oaklands. Clean take by Morgan. Round the back, lovely from Jamie Wood, and he'll set off O'Donnell. SGS bringing some organisation to this second half, even though gaps open up and there's numbers out there. Zach Tomlin still wanting to play with structure. There's the fly half again, chips it on, but it's missed out to his number 8. Bailey will go again, Renico Bailey. Goodman and Yeoman. And Goodman back to the left, along from Stratton. Stratton tidies up again, the number 8, he might duck through that final challenge. Setting off is Davis, showing his running ability. Goodman, Tomlin and O'Donnell. Goodman. Lewis Cole. Oaklands are well set to the right, so Wood tries to go through the front door. Lewis Cole, his pass goes to the floor, and it's a knock-on. Ambition and no small amount of organisation as well shown from SGS, but Oakland's also showing that in defence. Just a reminder for those of you tuning into our stream, in 1 hour's time we will have kick-off between Bishop's Burton and Gordon's School. 2 hours after that, Myerscough College against Truro and Penwith. And those are our scheduled matches for the day, and 4 more matches coming up tomorrow, building up to the final, if you will, or the ranking for first place between Beech and Cliff College and Hartpury College, 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Oaklands running it, or rather kicking it, and Kai Phillips doesn't take it cleanly. A knock on is there. Stratton tidies up. Turn of SGS for the scrum from field position. It's slowed down somewhat this game, and that's credit to Oaklands, because SGS have been trying to play at the same tempo and pace that they had in the first half. But Oaklands have perhaps managed the shuffling of the new faces a little better, managing to stifle those in white shirts, even with a one-man disadvantage. But this one will test them here, because SGS are loaded either side of the scrum and go to the right. Goodman has options here, along from Shepherd. The fullback goes himself, he looks for the line, not quite. Here's the open side, Davis, he has support with him, and he goes close. Pick and go just to the left of the ruck. SGS forwards, everyone thinking I might be able to get on the score sheet here, firing towards that line. Still Oaklands hold it up, and that is serious defensive work from Oaklands. Initially to stop Shepherd, and then the secondary thrusts. Score stays at 0-0 in the second half. 15 minutes of action played in the second period. So SGS start again, with the same intent, same pace on the ball, same outcome. Oaklands turning the ball back into blue and black arms. Well, it's been a brilliant period of defensive work from Oaklands. And they go back up to 15 players after the yellow card. That's Robson Smith, who scored both Oakland's tries. Gets it away. Oh, just knocking on as William Brighton was eyeing up the line. He had metres on his mind, but didn't take the ball with him. The play has pretty much stayed within a 15-metre channel in Oakland's half for the last 10 minutes or so. Still 36-12. Those 6 first-half tries, including a hat-trick from Renico Bailey, the difference between the teams. Goodman. There's a good platform. And he loops rounds, plays it along. Bailey doesn't take it with him. Goodman tries to tidy. Ball didn't go backwards, so play on. Ollie Monk. Stratton. And it's kicking off on the far side. Our camera's picking that up. And Daniel Evans has a job to do to control both teams, because players running in from all sides. Well, it was so far off the ball. There was a good 10 metres of difference between where play was. And Daniel Evans is going to take control here in the shape of some early Christmas cards. Sonny Davis of SGS is hauled up before the headmaster. He's listening. Well, I guess it's as to the actual words, but the outcome pretty clear. A yellow card for both SGS and Oaklands. And Sonny Davis of SGS takes his leave for 7 minutes. So 14 on 14. It'll be interesting to see from a coaching perspective here how both teams take to these final minutes. Who can maintain their discipline and try and keep their structures. Bailey loops it over and Morgan is there. He goes on an outside arcing run, but the pass forward from SGS's right winger. And Morgan unable to have that run in, which he so eagerly wanted. For Oaklands, Jack Suddick is on at scrum half, twisting the ball between his fingers and hopeful of a platform to work from. Has been SGS who have been the better in the scrum. And they're under pressure there, but they're going to get the ball away. Suddick can play. That's a good line through the middle. Wood and Anstis getting back to defend. Suddick. And that's a nice step on the inside from Jacob Davis. Suddick again, and Brighton. And there's space here. The Bailey closes down rapidly on James Hayes. And SGS have turned the ball over. Counter is good from Oaklands. Elliot Clarkson involved in that 22 jersey. They aren't able to take too much out of SGS on attack, Oaklands, but they are steadily working their way forward through their defence. It's nuggety. It's really determined as well. End of Ace College's few months in which they haven't won a match, Oaklands are showing some stoic resolution to keep the scores as they are and try and seek points of their own making. Ivory on Stratton, two number 8s face off. Brighton pass along the line to Finch. There's a bit of space for Matthew Finch, doesn't get away. Legs held by Ollie Monk. SGS looking to hold this up, but Suddick wants it. And they'll get it back, SGS. Stifling the life out of Oaklands in the maul. Two Oakland side flankers are off the park, but that kind of work being taken up by their teammates. Back on Oakland's side, and Brighton with space to run into, and a few mates to his right, and Suddick into SGS half for the first time in a long time. Nice impressive tight head. Tane Richards far. And Frederick Scarlett knocked back. Here goes Ivory. SGS on the ball and muscling the penalty. And when they are stretched, they too show their defensive qualities. 48 points combined in the first period, none in the second period, and we have 10 minutes to play. That's just taking their time to get this line-out call just right. Taken by Gappa. Penalty for Oaklands. Blocking in the line-out, or rather, once the ball had come to the floor. So Brighton kicks for touch, doesn't make it. Shepherd comes forward and doesn't take it. Now he'll set off, Josh Shepherd. Looking to play in Morgan, who has a few numbers to his left and goes himself, bundles into one tackle. Penalties there. Callum Goodman is very obediently making sure he does the right thing by his fly half. Plays him in. Leo Hewitt, or rather SGS's replacement hooker, will go, but she is doing a wonderful run here. What a run from the hooker. That is incredible. Arthur Davis down the right hand side at speed. Second try for the hooker. And it came from Tomlin, and using his tight head prop as well, O'Donnell, before Arthur Davis was unleashed for a second score. Another touchline attempt, but not quite the distance from the right-hand side. But first points of the second half, and takes SGS beyond the 40-point mark. It's good hands, isn't it? Stratton providing that pass to the hooker. Sonny Rogers right onto the 22. That's the kick-off he's been trying to nail. Gets it right. Khan Goodman to Tomlin. Anstis. Here's Arthur Davis now on a hat-trick himself. Stratton gets it onto Bailey, who has that first half hat-trick sewn up. Some precious little of the ball though, Rugby Bailey, since his exploits on this hand side of the pitch in the first period. So what about Oaklands? Can they provide a score before this match is seen out? Coming back goes Huller. Excuse me, Jacob Davis. Now Richards far, carrying far. Clarkson. Oakley Taylor. Another winger who's been short of possession. Jacob Davis, the blindside for Oaklands, going round his teammates and making sure that despite the scoreline and there only being 5 minutes remaining, they are going to push through as hard as they can. Hertfordshire is such a hotbed of young rugby players in and around the Saracens area. Massive catchment for that North London club, but so many of the players spread around in different schools. It's not all focused through a few channels, it's a rather wider approach. Saracens, of course, having their own school as well these days, Saracens High School. And this is launched to the left-hand side. Bailey can't take it. Popped along and then back inside, looking for the line and getting there. Oaklands get a first score of the second half with their number 8 George Ivory, and that was smart play. Firstly from Sonny Rogers with the crossfield kick, and the power of George Ivory to finish off. Right on the head of Bailey, and he couldn't handle it. Frederick Scarlett tidied up, flicked back inside from Hayes, and the number 8 just about nicks the paint. Sonny Rogers with the distance, can't add the extras, just to the left of the post. So 5 points each in the second half, but still 41 points to 17 to the Stroud. from South Gloucestershire College. Taken nicely by Oaklands. Flipped on from Hannet's Clune. And again, Richards Farr is really impressed in the number 3 shirt today for Oaklands. This is bouncing kindly for SGS and Anstis. Davis along the line, well picked out. Numbers eventually getting back in Hannett Clune. Tomlin, nice play to go through Stratton's arms, and that's normally a good idea. Ian McGrath. Gary O'Donnell. Tomlin. Fizz round the back, Bailey into the line. Had to go looking for work in this second half. That was nice. Under the arm, now through the middle, right through the middle, and it's Sonny Davis who steps the sweeper, and the open side has a fine score. Spent 7 minutes in the sin bin, but clearly keeping something in reserve for these final stages. Good pace from the open side. Oakland's looking to fan out. And everything opened up by Sonny Davis. Lovely off the left from the open side flanker. Conversion is good from Zach Tomlin. SGS nearing on 50 here. This was good from Renico Bailey, who kept the ball alive. Just a minute or so to play. Rogers over the top of Anstis. Morgan. Ball spills out. Oaklands with possession, but knocking the ball on in the process. So although our clock isn't exactly aligned with our referees, Daniel Evans more gives a guide as to where we are. Won't be much more than a minute or so remaining. What can SGS come up with from 5 metres out? Scrum penalty. Tomlin has kept SGS going forward and sticking to their plays, so that's fallen nicely for Oaklands. And of course, we're in the lead at one point in this match. Early on, 2 tries to 1. Tame Richards Farr into heavy traffic, finds the floor. Rogers kicks for himself. Cover is there from Shepherd. It's going to go back to Rogers. Sonny Rogers for the line. The fly half has a fine individual score to round out this playoff match. Sonny Rogers. Saw the space, trusted his luck, and just tapping it out of the hands of Shepherd to race away. And Rogers to go after his own kick. It's a full 7 for Sonny. In the second half, now featuring 4 tries after 25 minutes or so of no points being scored. Good kick-off from SGS, reclaimed well by Morgan. Goodman, Tomlin, Lewis Colt. Substitutes have really contributed to this SGS performance. Shepherd going round the outside, slips it on to Bailey. He will try to finish. Gets it back inside, into his hands again. Play on. Bundled into touch. And we'll have time for the line out. By the way this season has gone for Oaklands, this still isn't a bad performance. They have struggled this year, we know that. Really difficult start to the season with losing by 50 points to City of Oxford, losing by 40 points to Brooksby Melton. Myerscough College as well. Dished out a heavy beating, so to perform like this against the way SGS have been playing, it's been a brave performance from this Oaklands team. Can they keep out SGS for a final time, or will those white shirts be over the whitewash? They are. It's a 3rd score in quick succession for SGS. May well be a 2nd score in quick succession for Sonny Davis. Let's have a look here. Number 7 on his back, Sonny Davis. If he comes up with it. The 50-point mark, of course, reached. Zach Tomlin. Just pushes it to the left, so that will be how matters finish. SGS hit 50 against Oaklands College and finish in 13th position after this playoffs match. 53 points accrued, 9 tries in all from this Gloucestershire-based team, and they performed extremely well for 25 minutes or so in that first period, almost untouched by Oaklands, and they kept their structures, kept their ability to stretch Oaklands till the very end. 53 points to 24 it has finished in our first playoff match of the day. Well, do stay with us here on our RFU live stream, because coming up very shortly will be the playoff for 11th place between Bishop's Burton and Gordon's School, and that starts at 1:30 or so, so coverage will pick up a little bit before that. We hope you can join us for that one. But congratulations to SGS and to Oaklands for the way they conducted themselves in this match. It was enjoyable to watch for us from up here. We hope you enjoyed watching it from afar. Welcome back to the live stream, everybody, here at Cheltenham Tigers RFC in the heart of the Cotswolds, and our second match of the day about to begin. Bishop's Burton College from Yorkshire against Gordon School. Here is how Bishop's Burton line up. Archie Haddon, Harry Dawkins and Oliver Ridio on the wings, and at fullback, centres Oliver Vining, Charlie Metcalf, the fly half Dan Wilson, halfback Matt Ferguson. And they are just all warming up in the background at the moment. There's been a change though. Henry de Boulay, the number 8, he is out, unfortunately. He'll be replaced by Curtis Taylor at number 8, and then coming on to the flank will be Daniel McDougall. So Anthony McCormack is at 6, and Tom Burrow, Matt Castleton, Leon Mudd, Corey McCormack, the brother of Anthony, Oliver Fretwell, round out the starting 15. So here we have Bishop Burton again, just to see the layup, and also the substitutes. Luca Foster is in the 16 jersey. Tigger Kultash, he is in the number 17 jersey. Frankie Fawcett, number 18. Daniel McDougall, we mentioned, who has been promoted to the starting 15 in place of de Boulay. We then have Finley Hobson at number 20. So ahead of Bishop Burton, Evan Woodsworth. And we'll move on to their opponents. Gordon School from Woking in Surrey. And this is how they line up. Jake Power, Will Odgers and Nathan Cotton, the back 3. Thomas Baldwin and Aidan Sisk are in the centres. Ben Webb and Harrison Dodd at 9 and 10. Ollie Streeter, Luke Whistlecroft and Robert Harrison are the back row. Harry Martin and Jed Saunders in the second row. Ethan Manzi, Enoch Adai and Zach Stevenson are the front row. And then on the bench, Oliver Wallaker, Eli Stewart, Owen Habershaw, Robert Heffernan, Stan Platt and Brandon Droude, and they are in a slightly different numbers to what was originally expected, but we have the numbers correct on our screen now, and we look forward to seeing their introductions later on in the game. But Gordon's against Bishop's Burton beginning shortly, but it's Bishop's Burton who are out on the pitch well ahead of Gordon's. They've been warming up for the last 5 minutes or so, awaiting their opponents, which gives us enough time to run through a little bit about their season, although I'm sure most of you tuning in will be well aware of just how that has played out. I'm sure you're following their fortunes today with a significant interest and have done all season. But for what it's worth, we know that across the course of this season there's been 4 victories for Bishop's Burton College. They started really well against Gosforth Academy back in September, 26 points to 19 victory. They went on a losing streak of somewhat, 3 matches against Oxford, then Brooksby Melton College and then Myerscough, before beating Stourport High School at the start of November. It really kicked into gear for a great November. Stourport High School beaten, then Oaklands beaten, home and away, before 2 weeks ago losing to Myerscough, but by a narrow margin of 6 points, 18-12. So they have recorded those 4 victories this season. And what of Gordon School coming onto the pitch now at the far end in a large amount of sunshine? It must be said, it's good to see how this match might develop in these sorts of conditions. But for Gordon School, this is how they line up. Well, there we go. Teams having been run through, and particular interest, I think, around the 9 and 10 battle. If anything is to go by with that first match that we saw earlier on today, the influence of the halfbacks most important, and Harrison Dodd and Ben Webb having to run that side of things for Gordon School, who are of course affiliated with Harlequins Academy. So we're about to get underway.
Oh, what's happened?
Gordon School having beaten SGS recently, and by a tune of 40 points to 14, and then they lost to Truro and Penwith just after that. It hasn't been a fantastic season with Gordon's, plenty of losses in there, just the 1 win off their 8 matches, but have a good record for producing fine rugby players, both the women's and men's sides of the sport as well. Ellie Boatman, an alumni of Gordon's School, as well as Jake Ball, the Welsh international. But here we go. For today, and to qualify ranked 11th in the ACE leagues for this season, Bishop's Burton facing off against Gordon's School. Bishop's Burton to kick off, playing right to left as we look at our screens. Archie Haddon with the ball in his hands, the fullback. Gets ready. The sun right in the eyes of the Gordon School players, making it difficult on kickoff, but that's taken well. Adai, the hooker. And the colours of Gordon School, very similar to Harlequins. The livery and sponsors, very much familiar. So is the style of play. Looking to play from deep. Contact is very big from the off. Bishop's Burton aggressive on defence. So Brandon Drowder in the number 23 for Gordons has his ball under his arm and waits for instructions. We're seeing a bit of treatment to number 10, Ben Webb, for Gordons. That's why there's a bit of a delay. Drowder hits it low, doesn't find touch. Gordons will field. Space over to the left if they can find it, and it's moved along the line nicely, and now looking to engage the defence. Go Bishops. Anthony McCormack. Mudd, little nice pass along the line, out of contact to McCormack again. The two McCormack brothers to the fore in the first attack of real meaning by Bishop's Burton. First Anthony, the blind side, making that foray. And then taking a short pass was Corey McCormack. So the two front rows facing off against each other here. For Bishop's Burton, Leon Mudd, Corey McCormack and Oliver Fretwell against Zach Stevenson, Enoch Adai and Ethan Manzi for Gordons.
Bind! Set! Steady!
Matt Ferguson, the scrum half. Ball is dropped by Dan Wilson, or excuse me, from Ben Webb, I should say. Harrison Dodd with the pass. So scrum, this time to Bishop's Burton. Ferguson. The scrum half. And all of Bishop Burton's backline players are stood to the left of this scrum, very deep. Just the blindside winger is going to stay on the right-hand side. It's a massive blindside for Bishop's Burton, number 8, Curtis Taylor, to look at if he's interested. In the end it goes to Ferguson. He goes off by himself, the scrum half straightens. Hands on the ball on the floor. Dan Wilson. This is a crossfield kick, aiming for Ridio. Oliver Ridio collecting the ball, trying to pass it on in the air. does have a very Quins feel to the kit of Gordon School, doesn't it? And of course there is the emblem, there is the DHL sponsor, but it is also distinctly Bishop's, distinctly Gordon School. From Woking, off the top, Dodd into the midfield. Tackle coming in was from Curtis Taylor. Step from Ben Webb. Looks to get it along the line. Good carry from Gordon. Zadai was in support now. There's room to work with. Hard running from Jed Saunders. Hard tackling as well from Bishop's Burton. Fielded by Matt Ferguson. Webb, chased down by Ferguson, he puts it on the toe. Penalty coming, Gordon School. Exchange of kicks results in advantage to the Surrey School. Kick to touch takes play just to the edge of Bishop Burton's 22.
You're off the line, please.
Well, thank you very much for joining our live stream here, wherever you're watching on from and whoever you are supporting. I imagine there's a vested interest in your joining us this afternoon. Now set for some thrilling rugby over this afternoon and tomorrow across these Ace finals. And this one so far keenly contested. Now Bishop's Burton may look to strike here. Running hard into contact is Curtis Taylor. Matt Ferguson goes back to the open side. Fretwell.
Advantage over now.
Bishop's Burton 10 metres away. Wilson wants to go along the line. Haddon finds Dawkins. In the end, excuse me, Nathan Cotton it was, he took the ball in. Cotton on from the pass by Jake Power.
Crouch.
Matt Ferguson
Bind. Set.
with a scrum 10 metres from his try line. Misses out his fly half, has to be tidied quickly. Gordon's onto the ball. Penalty there, just 3 metres away. Where's the ball? Gordon's can't go quickly, and that may land Bishop's Burton in trouble.
Skipper. Once I blow my whistle, I don't want the ball taken away. If they want to go
Indeed.
discipline, think about where we are on the field, right?
Bishop Burton's captain, Charlie Metcalf, being spoken to. So here go Gordon's tap and go. On the line, try scored from 5 metres out.
Leave it alone, thank you.
Powerful drive for the line. And Gordon School open the scoring. Luke Whistlecroft, the open side flanker, gets it. Smart thinking from the number 7. Waited to put off Bishop's Burton, and with the attentions of 3 opponents, still managed to take them on by himself. kick after is good. Full 7 points for Gordon School. Just the one win under their belts this season in the Ace Colleges League, but this is a good beginning.
Time your run, White. Ball behind.
Nicely judged kickoff. Contest in the end. McCormack. Ferguson. Tom Burrow. A lot forward. Dan Wilson to his captain Metcalf. Worked nicely along the line. Good hands from Haddon. Curtis Taylor. Taking on the role of number 8 today, Curtis Taylor, despite the number on his back. Henry de Boulay, a late withdrawal and a big blow to Bishop's Burton, the intended number 8 for today. Gordon's offside. And that hasn't found touch, nowhere near it. Gordon's looked to play. Harrison Dodd kicking forward. Taken by Metcalf. He has a man to his right. It's Harry Dawkins. Burrow. Happy to do the tidying up work. Leon Mudd hit hard in the ribcage. Haddon. Vining. He'll take a step on the inside. Ball is stolen on the floor. Excellent work from Gordons. But illegally so. Quickly is the order of the day. But Matt Ferguson won't be allowed to go. .65 metres or so for Bishop's Burton on the open side to work with. Penalty given to Taylor. Wilson thinks about the outside and decides to go himself. Met hard by Ollie Streeter. Castleton. McCormack. Taylor again. Leon Mudd helping out. A few hands on the ball as he went to ground Mudd, but he held on, as did Charlie Metcalf there. He had to, but ball back in Gordon's hands. Their defence is proving their main attacking weapon at the moment. Turning over some useful ball. Physicality at the gain line is right at the level that, well, really we would expect for two teams in this Ace League. But nonetheless, very impressive, very committed, and they are going toe to toe with each other. Just out of our camera shot, each member of both backlines is pointing the other one out and saying, if you're coming down my channel, I'm yours, you're mine. Charlie Metcalf, particularly Bishop Burton's captain, is pointing out to others as well who they should be taking. Good scrum from Bishop's Burton. Penalty comes. And in that scrum head to head, it's a big statement. Dan Wilson quickly moves in to take play into Gordon's 22.
Thank you, Gray, just other side of the line. Gray, just off the line, please. Thank you. The middle's over there. Yourself up yard. Thank you. Open up at the back. Thank you.
Corey McCormack is the man with the job to find his jumper. It is Matt Castleton who he selects. And now Bishop's Burton go to work.
6 and 19 wide. Thank you.
They have a little break here. Matt Castleton is being checked over. The lock who secured that line out. Huge young man, Matt Castleton. See him towering over the referee and his teammates. He's going to stay on the field. Dan Wilson will be looking to take this as close to the try line as he dares. Have been a team which has built through this season nicely, hitting their best form at the start of November.
Thank you.
The season, of course, beginning in the middle of September. It took a couple of months to warm to the task, but now a very disciplined unit. McCormack down, then the drive comes in, the Barrow boys join. Penalty goes to Gordon's.
You detached and then come back there. Obstruction.
Obstruction the call, and whether that was some crafty work from Gordon's or not, it wasn't easy to see from our angle. They may well have held off from that maul and therefore forced an obstruction out of Bishop's Burton. And if they did, that was very smart play. We've seen that quite a lot this season. Teams making the other think before they select a play, and Gordon's doing just that, and this is the result. Possession. Dodd gets his backline moving, and here come Gordon's and Adai with the footwork. Back inside from Webb. This time Bishop's Burton with the cheers from the touchline. Another 10 metres to boot as well. Within kicking distance of the posts. But Dan Wilson is interested in going for a sideline. But again, he doesn't find touch. And this has taken a ricochet, could go anywhere. Might work for Bishop's Burton. And Leon Mudd tidies up. He's got away with that one as Mudd. It didn't go forward, and now he applies that bruising power. Burrow ships it along the line. Castleton. On the 22 of Bishop's Burton. Back in the pocket as Wilson ships along the line. Lovely from Metcalf, but not well placed by Metcalf. They were playing with house money, so we'll come all the way back. Wilson hasn't found touch on 2 occasions that he's kicked to this corner. He does on the 3rd. And from 5 metres away, Bishop's Burton have a gilt-edged scoring chance if they can secure their possession. Castledon will be key. The castle in the centre of Bishop Burton's lineup. Corey McCormack. It doesn't go to Castledon. They're down. Now they're going to the blind side. McDougall. Didn't expect to be in the starting 15. Daniel McDougall, but thrown in at the last minute. Here is Taylor. Castledon now. Fretwell still going. 2 metres away. Go Bishop's Burton, and piling through the middle is Ferguson. Untidy ball. Adai senses it can be countered. Castledon dodging and taken down, but presentation is good. Bishop's Burton going backwards, however. Curtis Taylor wants to change that. Burrow's legs are taken. McCormack with his brother in support. Good pace on the ball from Daniel McDougall. Gordon's defence is resolute. Now Charlie Metcalf, the captain, with some half jinking feet. Leon Mudd. Still, you have to say, Gordon's defence is supreme. They've pushed Bishop's Burton all the way back, so they're having to try a new route round. Good hands and dancing feet from Oliver Vining. McCormack tries to slip round Aidan Sisk, and it's in Gordon School's hands, and that is top-notch defence. Absolutely first class from Gordon's. And the attack was organised from Bishop's Burton, perhaps at times lacking a bit of pace onto the ball, but mostly that was due to the defence of Gordon School. Gordon's having slowed the pace right down, whether by design or whether by a bit of both sides, trying to angle for a breather. Good pressure from Bishop's Burton. Gordon's will play it away. Webb with the pass, the fly half, and now round the outside go Gordon's into the backfield. Beautiful step off the left foot. Tackling it back is excellent from Matt Ferguson. It had to be, but Nathan Cotton was away. And Gordon School may be away now. Adai. Nothing coming at the breakdown, so we will go back. Fantastic run from Nathan Cotton. So Ben Webb actually moved from fullback to fly half for this season. He creates this with this dropped pass over the top, and the hands are good enough for Cotton to have 3 metres or so already on the outside. That's all he needs. Look at the step. Beating Bishop Burton's Archie Haddon. Lovely breakout. Had to wait for his moment in this match, Nathan Cotton. Bishop's Burton back 5 metres from their line, having not taken any points out of the last 10 or 15 minutes. So Adai finds his man, and it's Harrison who's taken it, and they're marching towards the line, and they're over the line. No resistance on them all from Bishop's Burton, and the easiest of scores for Gordon's School to double their money. Well, they've stepped away from this line out to try and create obstruction. Look at this, no one engages, but there is contact. And they're allowed to therefore just march on. No obstruction. The try scored by Adai. And if Bishop's Burton want to try and use that ploy of not engaging at a maul and therefore creating an obstruction essentially, they need to not engage at all. They had touched each other, there was contact. And the upshot is a second try for Gordons. Well, most colleges try this at least once a match and try and take a penalty from it. Bishop's Burton trying it 5 metres from their line, and if it doesn't work, that's the result. Good chase from Bishop's Burton, claimed almost in the air. Back on Bishop's side, Mudd coming onto it with Burrow. Drop ball, kicked away, and that's a good call from the referee. The ball was kicked away on the floor, and Gordon's player is not able to do that if they are on the floor. It's the essential tenet of the law book that you can't play rugby unless you're on your feet. It's a silly penalty really for Gordons to give away. Corey McCormack back where he was 15 or so minutes ago, which started a period of good possession from Bishops but ended up in frustration. Can they get it right this time? Almost coming out to half an hour's play here in Cheltenham. Down comes the line-outs. Little resistance from Gordons this time, but they'll have to provide some now. Bishop's Burton over the line, and they make it count. It's Corey McCormack, the hooker. It's been coming from the Yorkshireman. And it had to come to keep their hopes alive. And did Gordons try to use the same technical element of the law book against Bishop's Burton? I think they did. And then were forced into playing. Archie Haddon, the fullback, lining up the kick. Nonchalantly knocked over from Haddon. 14 points to 7. Webb changes the angle of kickoff. Taken well by Gordons. The offload too, following in nicely, was Robert Harrison. Knocking on the door of the 22. Straight onto the attack. Harrison again. He's launching through the back rower. A metre away, keeps the ball alive. But knocking on the following man. Superb work from the restart by Gordons. It's end to end in every sense, isn't it? We're seeing play set up 5 metres from the try line of both teams frequently. Matt Ferguson feeds the scrum in. He'll have to look lively. He is. It's dropped and picked up by the captain Metcalfe. And he's done the sensible thing and put it down. So 5 metres scrum to Gordons for essentially taking the ball back over their line and putting it down. Look at this. This is a rather unsympathetic pass from Matt Ferguson to his left-sided winger, Harry Dawkins. Not the kind of pass. Not with that kind of spin on it. You don't want to be taking so close to the line. So Harrison Dodd. Scrum half has completely free 15 metres to work with on the left hand side of the scrum. Doesn't have a winger to draw out any Bishop's Burton defenders, although he does have his fly half, Ben Webb, just standing behind him, who might look to go blind. Everything else is loaded on the open side. So many options for Gordons. They're looking for a third try, of course, but it's a penalty, Bishop's Burton, and that was much needed for the Yorkshire College. Haddon boots it away. Gordon's repelled. Bishop Burton's sole try scorer, Corey McCormack. As you can see, everyone on the sidelines, with the exception of one of the Gordon substitutes, fair play to that young man, is wrapped up against the cold. Here goes McCormack, taken down by Adai, who is proving a very accomplished defender, taking the legs every single time. Charlie Metcalfe is held up. Bishop's Burton and Castledon, they knew the advantage was coming. Hands in the ruck is the call against Gordons. Good kick from Haddon. And players brought just shy over the halfway line. It's a well-drilled and accurate line-out Bishop's Burton have. Can it be so this time? It is taken down. Passes just to the legs of Dan Wilson. referee wants to have a word with Gordon School's captain, because yellow card is the offence, and that is against Zach Stevenson. Loose head prop. And the reason being a shoulder barge. Spotted, not actually all that obvious in real time, but an excellent spot from our referee. And Zach Stevenson means Gordons are a man down for 7 minutes. That will take us through half time, well into the second half. But can Bishop's Burton make hay in the final 30 seconds of the half? McCormack, Anthony, onto McCormack, Corey, and then into the midfields. Ferguson links well. And this time Adai doesn't knock Bishop's Burton Colleges backwards. He does, however, work a penalty. It's brilliant from Gordon's hooker. He's been everywhere in defence. So Gordons will bank what they have at 14 points to 7 to end the first half. It's poised nicely, isn't it? Whether you are supporting Gordons or Bishop's Burton, there's a lot to be hopeful for in the second half. It'll be all about who takes their chances. The action will get back underway very shortly. Do stay with us through half time, and we'll pick up transmission again very shortly. Welcome back to our live coverage here in Cheltenham. We've just turned the floodlights on as the winter light starting to die here in the Cotswolds. We have 35 minutes remaining between Gordon School and Bishop's Burton College, and just 7 points between the two. And here go Bishop's Burton, full of endeavour and power in that first half, sometimes perhaps victim of, or at least not with the same level of nous as Gordon School were able to display. A few changes at half-time from both teams. And Bishop's Burton looking to run, and that's a lovely run indeed. Ferguson goes through the middle, then looks for the offload. Ball is ripped free. Still with Bishop's Burton. No knock on as that went backwards from a Gordon's perspective. There's Ferguson. And there's the try scorer, McCormack. Ball back inside is good to Charlie Metcalf. It's an ambitious run from Castledon. Didn't make as many metres as he was hoping for. Tackle coming in on Luca Foster. Penalty goes the way of Gordon School. Really good on the floor, this School from Woking in Surrey. Robert Harrison, again, the chief mischief maker. And Webb gets good distance on the kick. To wait for the ball to arrive. Essentially, and eventually gets delivered. Robert Heffernan, the new man on at hooker, but his throw goes a little long, and it's a powerful run off the back from Curtis Taylor. Castledon takes it on. Ferguson. Intense to this beginning to the second half from Bishop's Burton. Beautiful crossfield kick, and Haddon is away. Looks for support on the inside. It just bobbles away agonisingly from Ridio. Gordon's play quickly, and they'll get some extra yards on the kick by doing so. But what a wonderfully weighted kick from Dan Wilson, caught by Oliver Vining. Excellent beginning to the second 35 minutes. Bishop's Burton with Mike Umunga as their director of rugby, former Samoa international and dad of Jacob Umunga. Wasps player, well, former Wasps player, now playing over in Italy in Benetton. I'm sure he's had some choice words, some well-chosen words at half-time as they try and turn this match around. Now here is Cotton, the wheels in Gordon School's ranks. Tackled well. Webb wants to bring in his substitutes, the likes of Eli Stewart. Now this is Oliver Wallaker. Webb charged down and taken. Frankie Fawcett, he's been lively in the multicoloured scrum hat. McCormack looking to take on all comers, but the rip is good. The skills in contact from this Gordon School side are notably class, but so too is the pace of Ferguson. One-on-one with the sweeper, and Matt Ferguson whizzes round the sweeper under the sticks for a beauty. Sheer class from the number 9. And every Bishop's Burton player rallying round their scrum half. This is something truly special. Sizes up the last man and not a finger laid on him. Well, this will be the levelling points from in front of the sticks. We will be all tied up at 14 apiece. No pressure, Archie Haddon. And no problem, Archie Haddon. 14 each we go. It's an excellent beginning to this second half. Here goes Ferguson, a little shake, and then he goes through, low slung. And it looked like he might be stepping off his left to go back against the grain on the sweeper. Instead, he showed his pace on the outside. It looks like outside centre Oliver Vining is receiving some treatment just on the ground by the referee. So he's being led away, and unfortunately for Vining, who took that crossfield kick in a very composed manner, he is off. But we're all square. Webb changes direction, puts it just into the 22. Taken by Finley Hobson. Very rare to see the direct exit. Instead, it's worked into the centre for an angle. That hasn't found touch. Webb, left and right, and now goes off looking for support. Little check, but well taken. It's pinned away off the hands of Owen Habershaw at scrum half. Whistlecroft, the open side, he is going to give away a penalty. Holding on to the ball. Momentum in the Cotswolds swings behind this Yorkshire team, and they'll go into Gordon's 22. Brilliant tie this, and this for 11th place in the finals ranking. McCormack reaches, can't take it. Gordon's have possession, and instead they'll have a scrum. Pressure comes on from Bishop's Burton, but the ball is away for Gordons. And now they spread, and they've worked it along to Cotton, who'll look on the inside, but he's only looking to go on the outside. Cotton cuts in, keeps it alive. Very nearly keeping it alive. Nathan Cotton is so hard to contain. Bishop's Burton having just had Gordon's School scrum on toast, but it's a free kick this time. Gordon's having brought on Enoch Adai since that last scrum. Now they can play. Hands are not precise enough. It does get to Will Odgers on the edge. Really pushing the offside line, Bishop's Burton, but not crossing it. Certainly offside there, but they're going to be allowed to play. Adai. Ripped by McCormack. Ferguson goes back to Haddon. This is up nicely with a few in the game. Knocked on, might work out for Anthony McCormack. Picked on by Castledon with the advantage. 13 players or so to the right-hand side. It's a show and go through the middle. Ferguson says, now let's play a little wider if we can. Knocking on. It is loose, and it's getting looser between these two teams. Habershaw had to dive on it. Mistakes on both sides, but it's entertaining. Both teams are going to have to dig really deep here. It feels like the pace of the game has been such that players are starting to feel it, really feel it, and we have 25 minutes still to play. We have a drinks break right now. School with a nice record of recent graduates taking up places in the Oaklands Academy, the likes of Caleb Ashworth and Tom Golder. They both left last year and moving on to a Quins pathway. Caleb Ashworth actually playing for England under-18s last year too. Golder having made his Prem Rugby Cup debut this season, as well as playing for Wales under-18 last season. Ferguson, Webb, back to Ferguson, plays it along the line nicely, good speed on the outside. Bishop's Burton looking to strike again. Finlay Hobson, the man who's taken play into the 22, just about kept alive too. Ferguson. Castledon, Wilson, Charlie Metcalf, there's space in here, it's all about the bounce, it might reach a little too far even for the pace of Oliver Ridio. And again, Bishop's Burton with the enterprising, ambitious style, it's paying off. Well kept in indeed. Ferguson reacting as if he expected it to be kept alive. Off the top. And out of their dead ball area through Whistlecroft. Bishops. Kick stays in. Radio fields it. Ferguson. He'll put it cross field again now. Another one for Hobson to take. And he's done well. Finley Hobson. Ferguson's passing allows him and his forwards to play so wide. Wilson. And Anthony McCormack. Fawcett. McCormack again. Pace is slowed down slightly with Luca Foster. Round the corner come Bishop's Burton again, jinking through Taylor. Hard line from Haddon, he gets it back to Ferguson, and now they're on the edge again, and it's Finley Hobson. Gives the pass inside, and Gordons are away. Lovely stepping inside. Lovely play from Hodge as it was. Fawcett again, he's supported by McCormack. They're attacking in 2s and 3s. Wilson, who kicks it cross field, hint of an offside, but it's taken anyway by Gordon School. And will come all the way back. Tactics have very much changed now. But the space is opening up. Dan Wilson for Bishop's Burton and Ben Webb for Gordon School, the corresponding fly halves, have so many more options in attack. Two players who have been influential today, very influential. Corey McCormack, the hooker for Bishop's Burton, and Archie Haddon, the fullback there, talking to each other. McCormack, the hooker, someone who has been selected for age grade Scotland duty. Now opting to kick off his right boots for touch. Doesn't matter too much about the distance, he makes it safe in the 22. Still 14 points each. Suggestion perhaps that Bishop's Burton are the ones who are making more of the running at the moment. Anthony McCormack rises high, and now his Yorkshire teammates gather round, and his brother too, Corey McCormack, but he knocks on. A couple of changes having come on for Bishop's Burton. Tigger Kultash is entering the front row in the 17 jersey. Same result though for Bishop's Burton. It is dominance up front. And the ball goes to the floor. Metcalf is through. He celebrates, but the referee says not so fast. Charlie Metcalf, younger brother of Jack Metcalf, who has managed to sign terms with Ealing Trailfinders and is playing well in the Championship. Well, he captains this Bishop's Burton team, and he thought he was away. Well, he I think knew that he had knocked it on, but play to the whistle, and Charlie Metcalf did just that. Short. Could be under pressure here. He isn't. It's a good scrum from Gordon's, and that kick relieves the pressure a touch. If anyone is joining our coverage and waiting for matches to come as well, we do have Myerscough College against Truro and Penwith coming. And that kickoff is at 3:30 today. That rounds off the first three matches of these Ace finals. 4 games tomorrow. I'll be in the company of Rocky Clark, 2014 World Cup winner with England, of course. But for these two teams, tomorrow doesn't matter. It's about the here and the now. Matt Castleton fighting forward. Good take from Mudd. Tries to get the offload on. Gordon's. Ever happy, however close to the sticks they are, to run the ball. Minutes remaining in this 11th place playoff here in Cheltenham. 2 tries each. Corey McCormack and Matt Ferguson for Bishop's Burton. For Gordon School, Enoch Cadite and Luke Whistlecroft. Free kick to Bishop's Burton. Matt Ferguson will get his hands on the ball. Doesn't go quickly. Call is to go for another scrum, and with the ascendancy which the college from East Riding have over this Gordon School team from Woking in Surrey, that's a good call. Curtis Taylor, the anchor at the back of this pack. Not expecting to be playing number 8 today, but he's making the most of it. Taylor goes by himself. And just knocking on the floor. That was lovely from the makeshift number 8. It's meant to be Henry de Boulay in the 8 jersey. Curtis Taylor having taken his place as de Boulay got injured before kickoff. And Taylor just shifting from the open side, of course, to anchoring the scrum. How many twists of the vice can Bishop's Burton create? Not enough to stop Robert Harrison breaking out. Back with Dan Wilson, however. Metcalf, good pass along to Haddon, and this is good speed as well on the outside. Bishop's Burton are in again. Harry Dawkins with the score. It's the go-ahead for Bishop's Burton. The hands were excellent between the backs. Wilson set this off, and then this was all about cold, hard skills. And Dawkins was never going to be stopped. Haddon sets off in a good direction and gets it. 19 points becomes 21. Perfect from the tee this afternoon, Archie Haddon. And Bishop's Burton, having been 2 tries down, find themselves 3-2 up, and the skills here so good. Kickoff is taken nicely. Matt Castleton again. What a lovely little ball on from Leon Mudd. Tight head prop with some soft skills. It's Adai with the ball. Back in the pocket. And just going around the outside. Some good hands too. Onto Nathan Cotton. Defence engaged by Eli Stewart. And now there's space here for Gordons, wrapping around and looking to make the 2-on-1 pay. The speed is brought onto it. Will Odgers has scored. Strike back immediately. First bit of ball that Will Odgers has seen, and doesn't he make the most of it? Crossing line here, and this was just draw and give, and the man who's just scored 1 for his team is eating the plastic pitch. And Will Odgers. Now this is to tie things up. That is a superb kick. We go 21 points to 21. And it's a high quality display of place kicking. Ben Webb with 3 from 3 to go with Archie Haddon's 3 successful kicks as well. How close is this one going to be? Final 10 minutes of action. And Fawcett is on the rampage. He gets the offload. It's a 4th. Bishop's Burton in the lead once again. You cannot take your eyes off either team. The substitute Frankie Fawcett here, following up well. Places the fend, and it's simple from there on in. Can Archie Haddon make it a full 7? From the 5-metre line. It sets off in a good direction. It is brilliant from Archie Haddon. The flags go up. The points go up, 28 points to 21. High hanging kickoff from Webb. Curtis Taylor, as he's done for a lot of this match, sweeping things up for Bishop's Burton. Crossfield kick might work. It does. But offside. Harry Dawkins had claimed it, but he'd also edged in front of his kicker. Gordon 7 behind, but with every intent on levelling up matters. This has been too close to call throughout. Over the top, but claimed by Gordons. And now they can look to play into the midfield. Spread well along the line. Interception. Now this will be a race across the Cotswolds. Haddon desperately tries to keep it alive. Coverage was brilliant from Gordons. Wrestling forward goes Matt Castleton. So too Burrow. Now Anthony McCormack. Foster. Here's the substitute hooker who's made a few more yards. Wilson looks to go for the edge. But chance to counter for Gordons. It's a lovely step off the left, isn't it? Habershaw's pass had to be reached for. And maybe Bishop's Burton can snaffle it on the floor. Break from Webb, gets the offload too. Following him was Stewart. Bishop's Burton with the turnover, and Anthony McCormack comes up with applause and cheers for his teammates. 5 minutes or so remaining. A reminder that should scores be level at the end of the match, then it becomes the number of tries, which is the first count back. Well, those would be the same. Then it becomes the number of conversions from tries. Well, those also would be the same if Gordons are able to get another converted try, which means it becomes the first try scored in the match, and that was scored by Gordons. So the message will need to be put on the pitch for Gordons that a converted try, although it would only draw them level in points, would be enough to win the match. Due to the count back criteria. And the message equally needs to be passed on to Bishop's Burton now. The ploy again, but this time the Yorkshiremen are wary, and Castleton turns and runs. And Fawcett, who's been an influential introduction, 8 metres away from Gordon's School. Another try would seal this playoff for Bishop's Burton, no doubt about it. Ferguson goes back along to the right hand side. Finlay Hobson's power takes play up to 5 metres from the line. Castleton keeps pumping the legs. Back to Wilson. He goes to Metcalf, who jaunts back to the right hand side and looks to pick his way through the grey shirts. That was Tigger Kultash who looked to burrow through the grey shirts. Ferguson sees something here with Mudd, and Mudd goes himself. The aggression from the tight head. Still a metre away. Play comes back after no advantage gained by Bishop's Burton. And this is just where Bishop's Burton want to be. Not long left in this one. In fact, less than our clock is saying. Just under 30 seconds remaining on the referee's clock. So Gordon School have to take this ball and they have to go 95 metres and not only score a try but convert it. Do that and they will win it. But Bishop's Burton looking to end with intent, and Anthony McCormack has the ball. He turns into his opponents and engages them in the maul. A couple of metres away. This is surely now the match for Bishop's Burton, but not just yet. It's going to be Gordon School ball. They are penned into their half near their try line, but that will be that in the end. It is a comeback victory for Bishop's Burton College against Gordon School. They were 2 tries down in the opening exchanges of this one, and they have come back to win it 28 points to 21 and secure 11th place in the ACE rankings with a terrific performance of intent in the second half. It is the Yorkshiremen who have come down to the Cotswolds and taken back the victory off Gordon School. A fine contest and extremely enjoyable to watch. I hope you have enjoyed watching it along with us. And we hope to have your company as well, if we can, for our final match of the day. And that will be coming up very shortly. Myerscough College against Truro and Penrith from 3:30 this afternoon. But congratulations to both teams on their seasons and for the way this final match played out for them. Really thrilling rugby to watch. Hello everybody, you join us just ahead of our third and final game on day one of the Ace League Finals, Myerscough against Truro for the 9th place ranking. And just ahead of kickoff, we'll catch up on the selections for both teams. And here are Myerscough. Ben Haig, Jack Roberts and Tom Hesketh are the back three. Jack Lightower and Callum Matthew in the centres. Francesco Crucial, the Italian, is at 10, along with Gabe McQuire. And Zach Baker actually starting at 9 instead of Gabe McQuire, late change there. Ollie Mills, Jack Harper and Richie Dadley are in the back row. Dan Senior and Ben Sunderland in the second row. Lee Rothwell is the tight head prop, and he's joined by Jake Hopkins and Noah Lawton in the front rows. So that's Myerscough and Truro's team starting 15s. We'll bring you shortly. And here they are. So Truro, for their benefit, the back three: Josh Golden-Clark, Rhys Williams and Jack Keogh. Fly half Freddie Hurst, Josh Pengelly, and there's George Edson and Reese Richards are in the midfield. Back row of Zana Italic, Barnaby Elderkin and Tom Dingle, Oscar Beckersley, Charlie Everett in the engine room, Ben Woodmansley, Ted Hocking and Jack Sherratt are in the front row. So for Truro as well, on the bench, Ollie Critchley, Tyler Bailey, Morgan Warren, Owen Wild Goose, Will Tanswell, Sam James and Freddie Jordan. Now here we go. Truro in the black and green stripes, comes across as rather fluorescent on our cameras under these lights. We are under the floodlights here at Cheltenham Tigers, and we are ready to go. Battle for 9th place in the RFU Ace Finals rankings is up for grabs here. Truro, a team which have won 4 matches this season of their 8, and up against Myerscough, who have won 5 of their 8, and both teams extremely accomplished, with seasons put together with success, but not perhaps finishing quite as high as they would have liked to. A chance to end things on a high note here in Cheltenham. So Truro tucking into the action, knocking back Myerscough runners in those white jerseys. Myerscough College, south of Preston in Lancashire, linked to Sale Sharks Academy, and Truro College linked to Exeter Chiefs, no less. So Truro's big runners get into the action first of all. And the ball is worked along the line nicely into the hands of hooker Ted Hocking. And scrum half Josh Pengelly whips it away. Penalty is coming. Ambition from both teams. Myerscough to play out of their 22, and Truro to try and get around Myerscough's defence and really stretch them laterally. Truro's kicked a touch from George Edson. First line out for Truro College. 10 metres or so out from Myerscough's line. And the set piece will be so important today. The no look at the line from Truro's taker. And the rumble is on. Those black and green laser jerseys forming together. And it's been pinched on the floor. Nice work from Myerscough. Whipped away in the end by Zach Baker, the scrum half. And Francesco Crucial at number 10. Little jaunt in front of his own line by Callum Matthew. Good pressure from Truro, and there's 3 in the backfielders here. So if there's anything wrong with the exit, they can pounce. But it's decent enough from Myerscough. Truro took a hit. Ted Hocking with the duty of finding his man. And along the line they go. Dropped by Rhys Williams. And collected again over the 10-metre line. Ben Woodmansley. It's played in behind nicely. It's going to be an awkward one to field. Has to be knocked out in the end. Devilishly good kick put in by Freddie Hurst, the number 10 for Truro. What a class off the boot of Freddie Hurst. As the light begins to fade, and it will fade fast, we'll be under darkness soon enough at Cheltenham Tigers. It's a very good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching on from and whoever you're supporting. We expect you may have a significant vested interest in the results here today. A friend or a relative on display. We've had a couple of good games this morning, and this one I'm sure won't disappoint either way. Watched back by Rhys Williams. Good name for a winger. Truro College is Rhys Williams. In the early noughties, fairly decent Rhys Williams on for Wales. Full back two, and then here for Truro. So lovely pass into the midfield, and now the backs and forwards will combine. The pass from Zan Ratalak just didn't find the right weight. Richie Dadley has tidied things up. Callum Matthew inside centre today. Left behinds, knocking on. So scrum from centre field. Myerscough having beaten the likes of Oaklands this season, Brockley Melton, Bishop Burton as well. That was one of the most recent victories, an 18-17 win, and we've just seen on this pitch how good Bishop's Burton have been performing towards the end of this season. Really tidy unit, but Myerscough had their number by just a point. This is not clean ball for Myerscough to work with. Ben Haig getting in all sorts of trouble. So they reset. Truro looking to soften up the rib cages of Myerscough players. Lee Rothwell had to spin deftly to get out of a big shot. No avoiding that one. And the exit's needed. This is excellent defence from Truro. They have hammered their way forward, and that's just gone forward. Freddie Hurst unable to take it right in front of our commentary position here. That's unfortunate for the young number 10. Watched it well, but it just dipped before him. So Myerscough's Jake Hopkins to throw in at this line out. Five-man. Numbers are watched well by Truro. Good take, and nicely done. Along the line, Matthew to his outside centre, Light Towler, and now the backs are hunting the 22 line and getting through it and causing chaos as Truro eventually scramble. And now the forwards pick and go round the side of the ruck. First lacerating attack from Myerscough College, but penalty on the floor from Truro. The beefy biceps of Truro's back rowers stopping that ball coming forward and whistling the penalty. Freddie Hurst may be able to kick out from here. An ominous looking evening ahead in Cheltenham. Dark clouds over the Cotswolds Hills beyond this pitch. So far a dry day, allowing play like that, wonderfully conducted in the back of the lineup. And Pengelly goes away, and there's a lot of space on the right hand side for Truro forwards to eat up the metres. Myerscough getting back quickly, but there's a good line of defence for Truro to have to unpick. Well recovered from Myerscough, and they have the ball here, and they'll have numbers on the left. Not actually allowed to play by our referee from that knock on. Might have had a bit more of an advantage there. That's going to feel a little denied. Truro College have such a fine record of producing top class talent for pathway programmes in Exeter and all the way up to England. Henry Slade, Jack Knoll, Sam Matavesi, Luke Cowan-Dickey have all come through Truro College and Exeter Chiefs pathway, and they're not doing badly, are they? More recently, of course, Arthur Relton, Shay Cornish, Frankie Knoll and Harry Hocking have come through the ranks, and Ted Hocking in action today. Little jink from Rhys Williams. All of that alumni intel coming this way, shared by the brilliant Will Roberts of Young Rugby. And if you're looking to follow schoolboy rugby, of course, across the seasons, then following Young Rugby on Twitter and Next Gen 15 as well. Brilliant accounts that really help the game thrive at this level. So much more streaming of this level of rugby now too. It's wonderful to see on RFU channels. We're delighted to have your company today. It's Ace League finals hotting up. Day 2 tomorrow, of course. But for these schools, this is the be-all and end-all for the ranking positions. Still 0-0. Halfway. Pengelly, good hands, and there's speed on this ball, isn't there? Myerscough looking for the rip, but enough power to contain it. Pengelly. Still on Truro's side. Hurst dribbles it for himself. That's lovely from the fly half. Felt like he was going to poke it 40 metres around to the left, but instead just dabbled it. And that's not bad footwork too from Ben Woodmansley and Jack Sherratt. Pengelly, little tap on from Beckersley, and here's the organisation of Truro that they're bringing to the play, and they're looking for opportunities on the right. Myerscough still organised in defence. Here come Truro again. That's a good tip on. Pengelly, Hurst, Williams. He's ricocheting around. Hard man to contain, the left wing. Tom Dingle, blindside flanker, gets the ball to the floor. Pengelly back off the inside, that's nice. Edson was involved. Is that Dingle again? Powering forwards, reaching for the line, first try to Truro. Forwards and backs interlinking. The tip-on was perfect. The running lines just so. first 5-pointer for Truro. Well, unable to see the replay in quite its full motion. Let's have a look again. And it was Oscar Beckersley who hammered away at the gain line and got the rewards. Hurst with the conversion, 7-0, Truro against Myerscough in the lead. Fluid and engaging attack. And Beckersley worked really hard after contact. Goes crucial. Kicks and it's retained. Zach Baker. Halfback setting very deep and then having to go even further back. Charge down is there. Truro will play this on to Rhys Williams. Ripped out in contact. Play on from Myerscough's Jack Roberts, right winger. And Zach Baker, scrum half onto Ben Sunderland. That's ripped up nicely again by Sunderland. Still going, the lock forward. And penalty off the back of it. Good thrust from the lock forward. Truro with the indiscretion. There's Francesco Crucial looking at a shot on goal. Taking off the scrum hat normally indicates so. As does bringing on the tee. Well, he has to have a shot at goal now, whatever happens. It would be a first penalty kick attempt of the day. 2 previous matches today and no one has yet lined up the posts from a penalty. Crucial looking to get Myerscough on the board. Calmly saunters up to it, keeps it low. It's an excellent shot from Myerscough's number 10. And he reduces the Truro lead 7 points to 3. Calmly done by the fly half. Hurst goes straight into the 22. Pengelly flipped away by Ben Haig. And Myerscough running things out, making yards. Here come the forwards, but they're missed out. Chip through that the defence is so tight from Truro. So many bodies in the way. That's good. Jinking and ducking and diving around from Crucial. Maybe a little less ducking, just as much challenging of the gain line from these Myerscough forwards, and that's decent as well from Haig. Keeps it alive. Sunderland involved. as he has been in lots of link play. Pengeli coming at great speed and bursting through the line. The referee says play on. Brilliant speed from Dan Senior. He keeps his feet. Fantastic run. Onto the 22, Truro have slapped their hands on the ball. I'm not sure the referee's whistle went now, did it? Everyone seemed to stop. Well, how quick is Dan Senior? Number 5 on his back. Might as well have had number 15 on his back. Really helped Myerscough relieve some pressure. Ollie Mills is the number 8 for Myerscough College at the back of the scrum, with his hair coming out of every possible opening in his scrum hat. And he has a pick of the open side and the blind side to run into the number 8. Backs on either side as well, but there's no platform because Truro coming on strongly. And they take the ball, and they'll have a chance to play it. And that's nonchalantly knocked forward, and there's no one in the backfield here. Rhys Williams is after this. If he collects and places the fend and keeps his feet, Rhys Williams will score. A beauty from Truro College. The speed of the left winger made the try, but the balance and ability to keep his feet ensured he wouldn't be denied. Wonderful score. We've seen him jinking in and out off his left wing, but this is all about flatline sprinter speed. Kick from George Edson. Look at the way he doesn't die, and still has the ability to finish in the corner. Hurst from just a metre in. Pulls it well across the front of the posts. So 12 points to 3 it will stay. Myerscough undone by a moment of brilliance. This moment of brilliance. Firstly, the pack winning the ball. And because they were on the front foot, no one was back. Myerscough kicking off. Sunderland. Crucial worked along to Haig, and look at Truro on the ball, and again stealing it. They are monsters at the breakdown at the moment. Zan Ratalak, the number 8, taking the credit for that one. Here's Edson again. Doesn't find touch. Powerful running coming in from Roberts. Crucial. He's got such range on his kicking. Here's Josh Golden-Clark, 2 in the game, hunting him down. There's space on this blind side here, and Pengelly spotted it, and Rhys Williams is away again. Looks for supports, has it from his scrum half. More in the wing mirrors of Josh Pengelly, and Truro in again. Tyler Bailey with the score. Well, Tyler Bailey just followed the money trail from these two rapid fire, talented backs, combining Williams and then Pengelly, and Tyler Bailey crashing over. Hurst looking to convert Truro's third try. Which he doesn't manage to do, but we've not seen a start as comprehensive as this from any team today. Truro 3 tries to the good. And this one was a real beauty. No one on the blind side. Pengelly identifying that, and even when they rushed forward, Rhys Williams with all the presence of mind to keep the play alive. Myerscough, again, so good from the restart, reclaiming possession. Ollie Mills. This is some fine running too from Robbie Kincart. Crucial. Golden-Clark had to come forward, and he's unceremoniously dumped back into the turf by the outside centre Jack Lightower. This might stay in here, could be a contest in the air. They are really physical specimens, this Truro team. I was down pitch side just before kick-off watching them warm up, and the size and musculature of these young men from Truro, extremely impressive, extremely intimidating. Myerscough with their big team as well, but perhaps with a range of sizes rather than Truro's type of player. Breaking through, that's good play from the left winger from Myerscough. Hesketh. Crucial. Sunderland. Dadley. Dadley carries forward. That's good hands from Baker. Can't get it through the gap in the Truro player's hands. Interception secured. And this time Myerscough reacting quickly to the danger behind, dropping players into the backfield. Caught out there already in this match. Pengelly. Intelligent box kick, there's a good chase as well. Taken by Truro. Line out doesn't go to the intended target. Free kick taken quickly. Truro love to keep the pace high when they're together. And now they're looking to stretch Myerscough again on the outside. And Reece Richards, the inside centre, to Edson now. Doesn't look to go on the outside quite as much, just prefers a direct route of travel. That's a big bump too. Truro's Tom Dingle carries the play forward. They're making inroads with every carry at the moment. Hurst doesn't get the ball on. Didn't need to be penalty coming. It's cohesive, connected rugby, and it's irresistible. Freddie Hurst there, I think, opting for the posts and trying to cancel out Myerscough's only points in the match with a shot on goal himself. Hurst from relatively straight in front of the post doesn't make the connection he wanted. Crucial. Drop kicks long. Hurst drops it short for himself. Taken by Haig. He keeps the ball going. Baker feeds it short. Well read by his left-sided winger. Kinkar. Crucial changes direction. Doesn't get it beyond the big arms of the try scorer for Truro in those early exchanges. Haig. Gets it on. That's wonderfully skillful evasion again from Hesketh. But Truro now shipping the ball on the line. No one straightening. So the play breaks down. Truro perhaps engaging in more fast and free rugby, whereas they've been really direct and purposeful so far. And of course had an excellent season, Truro. 4 wins in all, only losing out to Exeter, Beach and Cliff, SGS, and Hartpury. Hartpury and Beach and Cliff, of course, competing for first place in the Ace Leagues. The final tomorrow at 4:30. So they haven't been caught out too many times at all. And we're seeing why today. They have been right on the money. And here, Josh Pengelly's backline. 65 metres of open field to work with. They're going to look to spread the play, coming from the left to the right side. Truro's winger, Jack Keogh. Carried forward, but knocked on. Bouncing around, Reece Williams, resilient, although slight left winger. Doesn't much matter when you have the kind of application that he has and the power which he has. desire, isn't there? A feeling that Truro want to be first at everything. Crucial, big pass to his fullback, and there's space here for Ben Haig. Hitch and a go. That time from Callum Matthew, and he's worked it along to Myerscough, who's kicking ahead for himself. The left winger with all that speed, but the ball beats him. What a dangerous threat this man is. A pitch full of speedy players. Myerscough number 11 might be the quickest of the lot. Tom Myerscough. Warning lights flashing when he gets the ball for Truro. Line out is good, but not the next phase. Penalty to Myerscough. And surely Francesco Crusoe won't be looking to kick at goal here. A couple of minutes out from half time. Converted try would contrast and change things significantly. Kinkart throwing in. Good take as well from Jack Harper. And now the Myerscough heavies go to work. But it's Truro who have knocked them back. You don't see that too often from a rolling ball, not just negating the drive, but turning it into their own. Fantastic end to that attack for Truro. And a fantastic into the half for Truro. They repel Myerscough, who are threatening to score for one of the first times in the match. In the end they don't. 17 points to 13. 3 tries from Truro, who look very much at the races in this 9th place playoff. And good value for that 17 points to 3 lead. Half time, and our coverage will be back shortly with the second half. Welcome back to the second half, everybody. 35 minutes remaining between Myerscough kicking us off and Truro College, who have the lead, 17 points to 3 in the ranking for 9th place in this year's Ace League's finals doubleheader. 2 days of action, and this rounding out day number 1. Freddie Hurst runs forward. Truro's fly half in search of the ball, but it's Myerscough who need to start well in this second half and have possession in enemy territory. Flipped back, and Callum Matthew plays this along the line. Big powerful carry from Jack Roberts. Crucial brings the forwards into play, and Myerscough take things to just on halfway. This is a nice injection from Gabe Maguire. New man on at scrum half in the 21 jersey for Myerscough. Ted Hocking. Taken well in the air by Barnaby Elderkin. It's good reach from the open side. There's enough of a nudge on here. Still going. Now a change of pace and a change of personnel. Look at the power as the offload is given. Comes again, lovely injection from Cameron Carrera in Truro's number 19 jersey. And then on at scrum half as well. That's Will Tanswell. There's Tanswell. Hands from Tanswell and Hurst. Carrera again, and he's bundling over Myerscough players, and this is the impact of the man. Now into the 22. Carrera with 2 touches and about 40 metres of yardage gained. Now Carrera again, flipped along to George Edson. Also a bulky centre. So Myerscough's defenders are going to have their work cut out here. Good line. Possession taken. Myerscough's Maguire. Boots downfield. Hurst looks to Golden Clark. Battle for the ball, but Myerscough win that skirmish. And Maguire has kicked long and found some space. Golden Clark replies, and Haig has to turn. Almost got his positioning just right there. Instead he's going to have to run from deep. He's hunted down, gets the offload away. Maguire has his legs taken, and Truro hunting, and pressure on Myerscough again. Still with the Lancashire College. And the pressure being ratcheted up by Truro. The stakes high for Myerscough. They can't afford to concede the next score as Hurst comes forward. Blindside is the option, back inside, beautifully done. And Truro in again, Barnaby Elderkin. Fantastic score from Truro. Elderkin running a delightful support line, but the flick out of the back was sheer magic. We really have to slow this down to work out quite how it happened. This was the run from Hurst, who was charging like a back rower rather than a fly half. They're just engaging the defence so physically. That was the hands that made it. Great effort from the touchline, but no flags raised. Such a decent reply in the gain of ground initially from Hurst. Myerscough now with a mountain to climb. Chipped in again by Hurst. He gathers and does well the fly half. Keeps it alive. Truro keep coming. And Myerscough having to contend with black and fluorescent yellow shirts coming at them from all angles. Along the line here, numbers between the locks is good. It's going to be onto the right-sided winger, bundled into touch. Truro's replacement, Owen Wild Goose, unable to convert that chance. It was a good tackle in the end from Myerscough. Maybe lack of an attempted wrap from the covering defender, but nothing that was pointed out, nothing that was penalised. And it is a bomb squad which Truro College have brought on in this second half. It's a huge impact to the game. A few more changes coming, and you may have noticed, I'm sure, from whichever team you're supporting, the familiarity or the synchronicity of the haircuts in the Truro College team, either dyed blonde or with shaven head, and that is for a very, very good reason. And their teammate Logan Trelaw, it is for him. And it is for Logan, one of their teammates who should be in with a chance of playing amongst his teammates this season, but undergoing treatment for leukemia, and his teammates have been raising money. And they've raised over £5,000 through initiatives such as this, and also able to send messages back to Logan of support and very much thinking of him today. And a performance which is very, very impressive. The cohesion and togetherness which this Truro team clearly has in abundance on and off the field. Myerscough under pressure in every facet of the game. Attacking kick from deep. This might work. It might fall to Rhys Williams instead. penalty Truro, tap and go. Quickly goes Tansley. Shipped along nicely. And Truro looking for more tries, a fifth. Carrera, that time held. Back to this open side and space being eaten up. Good stepping from Tyler Bailey. Big hard line right through the middle goes George Edson. The freight train from the other side of the Cotswolds, and he has cut through Myerscough. How about this for a line? But the step here, very nice from Tyler Bailey. Look where this run-up starts for Edson. He saw it early. Only the post could have stopped him. And Edson converts his own, taking Truro to within a whisker of 30 points. So look at Edson here, he saw it was on early. Knew Tanswell would find him. Crucial kicks long, and Bailey collects. And how much more energy can Truro bring to proceedings? They are unrelenting. Good pass back inside, carried on by Ollie Critchley with the good hands from Beckersley. Hurst rushing up and Myerscough. Interception attempts, it's no good, it goes on to Golden Clark instead. And the width with which Truro are attacking is sensational, and they pick the right moment to cut through the middle too. Tanswell, Carrera, and he'll rev the engine again. Elderkin's hands, good again from the open side. Bailey, Hurst, Edson, the last person who Myerscough want to see coming at them at speed. Straightening by Ted Hocking. And the pick and go again by Elderkin. He'll throw the big dummy and then get the offload. And this time, Barnaby Elderkin returns the favour to Will Tanswell after Tanswell played him in 10 or so minutes ago. Open side and replacement scrum half on exactly the same wavelength. And this is a special team that we're seeing in action tonight. Truro College playing with the type of connection that every side aims to achieve. There's the big Ardy Sarver dummy, and in the end needs the support of Tanswell. Freddie Hurst deciding that he's done for the day with the kicking duties. George Edson able to take over. Hurst has been so pivotal in attack, but from the tee perhaps things could have been a touch better, but that's being fussy really. 6 tries for Truro College, so many of them constructed with the type of speed that will leave any side clutching at air. Myerscough kick off, and to their credit keep coming and keep looking for opportunities where they find them. Jack Harper, the Oakland side, taking that on. Crucial has to go back against the grain. Gabe Maguire, whose speed and pass look like he might change this second half for Myerscough, hasn't had the ball enough. Francesco Crucial goes to the corner. And there's still 70 minutes to play. And this is going to be, on the basis of the first 50 minutes, a trial of resilience for Myerscough. Scoring another try would help here. They are well and truly up against it. What we're all up against is finding a ball to play with. They're harder to find around these parts than you might think. Get booted away by these long-ranging kickers and then finally work their way back to where they need to be. Here we go, Myerscough, excellent drills from the line out and into the midfield from Crucial, and the big line from Mills. Maguire keeps the pace high, back against the grain go Myerscough, over the line, wrestling to fight it down. Instead it's Truro who bring away with it, wrestled right from the grasp of Callum Matthew. But at least for Myerscough they'll have a penalty. Crucial will go quickly, the fly half jinks and goes, and he's crashed over. More power in those legs than it may seem. Francesco Crucial, the sharpest tool in the box. And Myerscough do have a try. And he takes the conversion quickly. .36 points to 10. That's a healthy lead for Truro. I'm not sure they'll be too worried about Myerscough. They're setting their own standards in this match, but so too Myerscough now. Can they keep up a relatively interesting flow of points? The speed there again, huge and well collected indeed. Jack Lightower. Haig's pass, it goes off the head of a Truro College player. Carrera tidies up. Tanswell. Edson doesn't connect with that one. Haig. Trussell goes and doesn't get the ball collected by Tom Hesketh. That is a shame. And Hesketh's hands, you can feel under this type of weather as the sun goes down, it is getting cold. Now Will Tanswell, excuse me, coming on for Josh Pengelly at half-time. Pengelly played a different sort of a game, a more tactical game, and his box kicking was very strong. Tanswell's really brought a speed to proceedings that has been difficult to handle, so too Carrera and his power. Tanswell, Critchley, Well-timed run from Charlie Everard. And now they'll loop it over to the left-hand side. Well claimed. Did Rhys Williams manage to get that down? Myerscough covering across well. And there goes Hocking. Can hit so hard. It's good dodging from Everard. Tanswell. Hurst. Can take on all comers with his power. Barnaby Elderkin. His pass wasn't quite precise. And now Kincart. And the physicality of the play 55 minutes is just as intense as it was after the first minute. Bit of space here. Ball can't be found to the left-sided winger Myerscough. Drinks break, and a much needed one as well, given the pace of this match. And even if you've been watching on from a Myerscough perspective, it would have been a difficult one to enjoy, but the solace being that it really has been a match which Truro have taken by the scruff of the neck and have not allowed Myerscough even a sniff. Everything that they have shown, they have worked hard for themselves. This Truro team, in the centre of it, George Edson is still demanding, still communicating. And there's much force as if the scores are level. Gabe Maguire with his hands on the ball. 15 minutes remaining in this 9th place playoff. Myerscough with a 26-point deficit to come back from. Crucial. Haig. If they don't manage to do it, it won't be for lack of trying. It'll be because Truro are simply that good that they can deny you these chances. And metres after contact that they're making, most impressive. Put down by Hocking. A very clean game as well. No cards, hardly a scuffle off the ball. All the intent has been meted out in an entirely legal fashion through hard running and hard tackling. And it's just as it should be. Solid enough scrum for Myerscough. Maguire. Crusoe loops it along. Still can't work it to their out-and-out speed man. Myerscough. Some of his legs and wings clipped for the most of this match. Still escaped a couple of times and looked good doing it. Crusoe breaks himself the fly half. Good speed. Now he gets it on. The support on the outside and on the inside. Haig is there. Now here's the speed man in Tom Hesketh. Shows his power, but the ball is ripped from his grasp. And now it's ripped back on Myerscough's side. And it's fast-paced. A slip tackle here or there, and one team or the other is up the other end. And that was a lovely break from Francesco Crusoe. It's interesting to see when you look at players at this age group, and you can just see so many qualities of an elite player. And the scouts that come down here are also noting the areas for improvement as well. Those representatives from the Premiership affiliate clubs who keep tabs on these players and then choose to select them for their under-18 squads, which begins in January, or continues, the under-18 league I should say, continues in January. And then for the very select few who will be looking at the Six Nations Festival, representing their respective nations in that. That begins in March. But even for players that aren't selected, but so much promise which they're able to display. Thinking of the likes of Tom Hesketh with his speed and evasion. Just saw there how the ball was ripped from his grasp. But of course he's still developing, still growing. He needs maybe an extra few kilos to hold on to that ball. Lovely pass from Tanswell. Carrera rides the tackle very well indeed. Owen Wild Goose. Penalty on the floor for Myerscough. And they keep coming. Jack Roberts. Gabe Maguire. Crusoe. Ollie Mills collects it well, gets the ball back to Gabe Maguire. 5 metres away. Looking for a second score in a row are Myerscough. And just not quite. Gabe Maguire, who's down in the 21 shirt. Those of you joining the action tomorrow, it's a 10:30 kickoff in our 7th place playoff match, Stourport High School against City of Oxford College. Earlier stream time of 10:30 or just before for that one. So do join us then if you can. Here go Myerscough and Maguire or Crusoe can't take it down with footwork, and it's an accidental offside. Picked up in front of Crusoe by one of his teammates. So here go Truro College and Edson. And it's such a test for Myerscough to try and put some of the mistakes behind them, and they are doing that, and they keep coming. And there's a great attitude about this team, and Roberts was looking for the inside line. Truro College now put boot to ball with Tanswell, and there's a race on here, a great foot race as well. It's going to be won by Ben Haig, and he doesn't knock it on, and he spins out of the tackle and keeps it alive. And that's terrific from the fullback. And Jack Light-Towler had helped him out. And Crucial is increasingly causing problems for Truro College. Great speed on the outside. Is that Dan Senior again? At Stourport, the city of Oxford, at 10:30 tomorrow. And 3 more matches coming up after that. Brooksby Melton College against Exeter College from 12:30. And it's Bishop One School against Gosforth Academy in the 3rd place playoff. That's at 2:30. And then at 4:30, Beech and Cliff College against Hartpury College in the 1st place playoff. And I'll be in the company of England World Cup winner Rocky Clark as well. So do join us for coverage across the day. We'll be picking Rocky's thoughts on all manner of subjects, but rugby included. In fact, probably mostly rugby. I think it's fair to say. Won't be a spoiler alert, I don't think. We've got another 7 more minutes of this sumptuous contest, because the way Truro College are playing is so impressive, and the rampage is on again. George Edson's carrying ability is monstrous. And here it is, looking for Fens, and Crucial was the unfortunate customer. Jack Roberts just stood up, and that's a brave thing to do. Worked out for the right winger in the end. Maguire whips it away. Crucial drives straight from Light-Towler. For Truro on the attack again. High tackle. Myerscough can go, and that's an interesting shot for Ben Haig to chase. He's won it back. Roberts. Myerscough have unleashed themselves since Truro hit 30 on them. Really started to play without fear. They've chanced their arm a lot more. There's Lee Rothwell. Tight head prop. Now working along the line for Joe Bradshaw in the 20 jersey. He's involved again. Light-Towler. Ollie Mills drives, makes yards. For the first time, the Truro defence isn't quite as aggressive and organised as we've seen in this match, but it's a long way off being where it needed to be. last moments of this 9th place playoff. Our clock is a little behind time, we're actually closer to 70 minutes. Maybe a chance for Truro to finish with a flourish. They have been at 100 miles an hour from the very off. Elderkin climbing high with the lineouts, but a mistake. And Myerscough scrum. So instead the Lancashire School, Lancashire College, might finish on top. Looking for their second try. They've come close on many occasions. Quick tap and go. Gabe Maguire, Light Towler. Crucial. Ben Haig stretches his legs, the fullback, and slips it on. High tackle coming in on Tom Hesketh again, so penalty. Maguire goes. Ollie Mills thundered into the ground. And then the hooker. And play is going to end, I think, there, and unfortunately with a couple of players from both sides injured. And the medics were absolutely brilliant on Truro College team. They were on the pitch straight away to protect their player. And in a separate incident, Myerscough have had an injury too. Well, it has been fast and furious and contested in the best of spirits, but it has been attritional. Just at the end, with bodies tiring, really for the first time a couple of injuries in this match. It's very good to see that Truro College's Owen Wild Goose, who was lying prone moments ago, has got up now, walking back to his teammates. Seems to have a spring in his step still. Myerscough's player is still being assessed. Two of their medics are in attendance and making sure that all the necessary checks are being done. This will pretty much be it for time. We're already over time. But Truro College have been absolutely superb. The college affiliated with Exeter Chiefs, and they have shown all that cohesion that the Chiefs practice and preach. And they have overrun Myerscough in truth today. Myerscough have fought valiantly throughout, just not as good on the day. But the match on pause currently, as one of the Myerscough players is still receiving attention after an exhausting passage of play, with both teams trying to run each other around and successfully doing that. pleased to spot that the Myerscough player is now with assistance sitting up. Player is just out of shot, just to the left of the screen. See a few coaches and medics on the left hand side in attendance, making sure that he has the support that he needs, and after sitting up he's now standing up as well. I'm not entirely sure which Myerscough player it is. Not been easy to see, but now being helped towards far hand side. And Truro College players and Myerscough players applaud the exit. I think it is Dan Senior who has been absolutely brilliant for Myerscough. A couple of incredible surges upfield that the second row has created, but very unfortunately, very sad to see him limping off. So our very best for Dan. But he is walking off the pitch with some assistance. And Myerscough with a final roll of the dice to try and score their second try. Robbie Kincart to throw in. Dan Senior does make his way over to the touch. That play continues. Myerscough and Ollie Mills can't get the ball away to Kincart, so he'll peel off himself, the number 8. Big pass out to Lightower, who has Ben Haig in the back line and looking for other numbers on the right hand side. Again, the full width of Truro's defence tested. Lightower is lifted up. Penalty, and if Gabe Maguire can go quickly, he'll be in with a chance. Francesco Krusel knocks it into touch and says, one last time forwards, have another spin. Deep into injury time, aren't we? But the referee unable to blow up because the team with the ball haven't made a mistake. Kincart taken by Sunderland, and that will be it. Truro have their victory and they hold out against a plucky Myerscough College. It's been a fantastic performance from Truro College. 6 tries in all, and their standards well and truly hit. High pace to the game, high aggression, the energy levels sustained throughout, and a fantastic way for them to round out their season. They've been hard to beat all year. They are increasingly an impressive side and a group of players that were simply too much for Myerscough. So December having a nice tint for it for Truro College. Well, that rounds out our coverage of today from Cheltenham Tigers RFC. Thanks very much for joining us, and we hope to have your company tomorrow. We have 4 games tomorrow, culminating in Beecham Cliff against Hartbury College tomorrow afternoon. But the action starts at 10:30 tomorrow on the RFU's live stream, and we hope to have as many of you joining us for that one as well. But if you've just been joining for tonight and for this match in particular, what a good one it was. Congratulations to Truro College and to Myerscough College as well. The Ace Leagues showing up fantastically well on day 1 of the Ace Leagues finals.